Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear it? Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
All right. All right. We're ready to start. We're going to bring them up. We're going to come in. We're going to come up this. We're going to come in this gate. Go out this gate. That's the one you told me. Okay. So, for FYI, we're going to come in this gate. The ring men will tell you to exit this gate. As we said, we can't go in and out the same gates, you know. Okay? Got it. All right. Okay. We're ready to start our 2020 Benton County Livestock Show, Beef Livestock Show. First in, we're going to do our clover buds. Our first clover bud is Berkeley Jarris. He's I'm going to hand it to you. He's bringing in Miss Kylie Joe.
Good morning. We're going to start off, and this young man's going to tell me about his heifer. What's your name, sir?
Berkeley.
What's your heifer's name? What do you like about Kylie?
Well, I like her color.
You like her color? Is she nice to you all the time?
Sometimes.
Is she not all the time? Does she do nasty things?
Sometimes she's ornery.
Well, we can all be ornery. let's give Mr. Berkeley a round of applause. He just told me this is his first time showing. I guess we're going to start the day out with the most funnest thing I enjoy doing, and that's helping young kids and seeing young kids get out here in the show ring and get active. This young man's doing a real nice job with his heifer. Really a nice show project for this young man, a heifer that I think is going to be a great breeding piece on down the road. So we're going to give him a round of applause as he leaves and get our next young man in here, young individual in here.
Stay there and I'll hand it back to you. Our next Clover Bud in the ring is Riker Holloway.
All right, what's your name, sir?
Riker Holloway.
And what's your heifer's name?
Joy.
Joy? What do you like about Joy?
She's big body.
She is big-bodied at that. Is this your first time showing?
Yes.
Got another nice single entry Clover Bud here. I'm impressed with this gentleman from the standpoint when I said what he likes about his heifer, he gives me something a little bit more phenotypically about her. It's really impressive to watch these two young men as far as their enthusiasm when coming in the ring, their ability to handle the two females that they've got out here, and I just applaud the parents for getting these young men started. And young man, I would encourage you to get your friends started in these programs because this is the future and you guys are the future. So let's give him a round of applause. We're going to bring both of them back in. Let's give these two young men a round of applause right quick. You know, as I stated earlier, it's a great way to start out the day with the Clover Bud Show. We've got two young men here that are 7 and 6.5, almost 7 in August is what I was instructed. So we've got two young men that are very willing to visit with the judge, are very comfortable in the show ring with their two females. Unfortunately, Mr. Smith tells me that I have to choose a first, and that's a tough thing to do. The thing that I'd encourage both of you young men is keep going. Both of you have very nice females here. You both do getting that heifer and that animal set up, get around the ring, and you've done a great job of keeping an eye on me. If I had to choose between you two men, which I really don't like, but if I had to choose, I'd go with the young man with the Angus heifer. He'll be your first place in Clover Bud Division.
Clover Bud Showmanship winner goes to Berkeley Jarvis. Reserve Clover Bud Showmanship winner went to Riker Holloway. That concludes our Clover Bud show. Okay, I was told that if you have a breeding bull, to please make your way to our makeshift holding area. So anybody with a breeding bull is going to be showed today, please be making your way to the holding area in the order of the show order. So, to get my glasses on. That'll be a Brangus, Charlet, Lemmy Flex. Oh, Robert made a mistake. Maintainer. Then in the open, I didn't see one. Okay, I need Bailey Malone. Please bring your January 2019 Brangus bull, Brangus optimizer. I'm sorry, I'm standing corrected. Emma Evans will be next. She's already there. This is a Brangus optimizer. Okay, before I have to hand the mic over to the judge, I need to announce, and everybody listen up. It is your responsibility to clean your stall space out and get rid of all your shavings and take it to the, there's different areas that you can take it to and put them in the dumpsters. So that is to be done before you leave today with your animals, please. Thank you. And our judge today is Derek Dick. Derek is from Nowata, Oklahoma, and I believe Derek's probably been showing since he was the age of those little kids that was just out here a while ago or before. So he's been doing it this quite a while, and plus now his kids are showing.
We've got a really nice single entry bull out here to start the bull show. The thing that I'll kind of be hard on today on breeding pieces, whether it's females or bull, is durability. As I analyze this bull, I really appreciate him from the standpoint as he's an easy fleshing bull. He stands on a good foot. He's soft to those pasterns, and he moves out relatively well. He's really long and extended up in that neck, and he's got a good look to him. This is a bull that this young lady could turn out on a set of females, would cover some ground, and to still maintain his fleshing ability. But a really nice single entry bull this lady brought to us this morning. This young lady brought us a big, powerful Charolais bull that I really appreciate the power and mass that he's got. It's a bull that as he walks around the ring, he takes a big, long stride. If I could change him a little bit, he wants to knuckle over or pop a little bit on those rear pasterns. Might soften him up on the move when he places that foot down. Really nice, muscular bull that'll work really well in a set of cows. Really a stout-ended, big-quartered bull. Young man brings us here. A bull that I appreciate the extension of rib, his strength at the top, and a bull that's really long and extended out of that front end. One that if I could change a tick, I'd like to drop him in his forerib and his rear flank and maybe soften him up again on those rear pasterns. But a really nice herd bull and a bull prospect for this young man that's got a lot of future in him and some good when it comes to offspring production.
Okay. All right, so I already announced that we had we're going to pick Supreme Bull, and while he's out there doing that, I'll tell you about the bulls. Our first bull was a Brangus optimizer, like I said, Bailey Malone, 21st, 2019. That's the one in the middle. The other is a Charolais, Emma Evans, February 18th, 2019. Then the one over here on my right is Brandon Sweeney's Maintainer bull, and its age is June 10th, 2018. He's going to pick a Grand and Reserve Supreme Bull.
As we get out here for Supreme Bull Drive, I think we've got three really nice bulls out here that are good in their own right. There's quite a bit of difference out here. Just kind of a quick run through. The young man's maintainer bull is the older. He's a bull that's really stout. He's got a lot of length to him. He's got a lot of shaped rib. He's really stout in that lower quarter. A bull that you appreciate from his ability to produce terminal calves. The young lady's bald face. The Brangus bull out of the first class, really a soft-made, easy-doing bull. He stands on a good foot. He moves around the ring good, and he's got plenty of softness and doability, and he's one that I could see raising some really nice females from the young lady. Just a bull that we might stouten up a little bit in comparison to the other two, but that's getting pretty picky on him. The Charolais bull the young lady brought to us, really like this bull from his standpoint of his completeness. He's a bull that's really, really complete. He's nicely balanced. He's got a big old top in him. If I could change him, I'd like to soften rear pasterns, maybe give go through here and try to select the bull, Supreme Bull. It's one of those deals that, and as we talk throughout the day, not everybody's going to agree with the judge. It's one of those deals that the judge is hired for that individual day on that reason. My reason for breeding pieces are functionality. I run 20 bulls on an average year on cows, and it's one of those deals. As I analyze my bull herd spring and fall, it's crop. I went through can function in breeding and producing and growing calves. And as I analyze these three bulls, I think it's that in all three of these bulls. I agree and would be comfortable in setting all three of these out. However, there's one that I look at and I go, man, I kind of like him. He might not be everybody's choice, but today the Supreme Bull is going to be the young lady's Baldy bull. I really like that bull from his standpoint of just his softness, his soundness, and his doability. So that leaves us with the two bulls on the outside. Young lady's Charolais bull, I talked about being the nice balanced bull. He's kind of the bull that's got the soundness package going. We change a few For Reserve Bull, I'm going to use the young lady's Charolais bull. I really like the bull that the young man brought, but I think the Charolais bull is going to be reserved today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Supreme Bull went to Bailey Malone with her Brangus Optimizer. Reserve Supreme Bull went to Emma Evans with her Charolais Bull. That concludes our Junior Bull Show. There was no open bulls. We're now ready to start our breeding beef. The first breeding beef breed will be Beefmasters. First in the ring, and I'm not even going to attempt her last name. Her first name is Mila. With her Class 9, December 2019. Thank you, Vera Montes. Thank you, Ken. We have 3 Beefmasters and 3 single entries.
Well, I really like this single entry Beefmaster female. The young lady told me this is the heifer's first time out. She's doing a wonderful job with this heifer. I like this female from the standpoint of her extension. She's really long and extended up in that front end. She balances up really nice. She's smooth in that shoulder. She's really deep-sided, soggy made. She stands on a good phone and flexes out. She's a heifer that I think will go on and be a phenomenal show project for this young lady, and it's one that the young lady's doing well for. I applaud her. Very nice single entry heifer today. I think they tried throwing me for a loop with the heifer they brought in earlier, but we're having fun. Young man brings us a very nice deep dark red single entry heifer, a heifer that's really clean and refined up in her chest floor and up to her neck, one that gets really deep in her heart chest. She gets really sound as she moves out throughout the ring, a female that's really maternal in her appearance at this day. I question if the female doesn't need a little bit more substance of bone to her and might get a tick quick made. But young man's doing a nice job. She wanted to fight him a little bit. We changed up a little bit on the head movement, but doing a really nice job. So a nice single entry heifer. calf maybe, but one that's going to make a really nice cow and a brood cow prospect for this young lady. I'd like to see her further along in her pregnancy for the age of the female, but a really nice single entry young lady brought us.
Okay, so we're going to pick our grand champion Beefmaster. So as in the past, if you win your breed, we will come back in at the end of the breeding, or at the end of the commercial heifer, to pick Supreme Heifer. So I know you get to go home as soon as you're done with yours and you don't have any more, but if you've won the breed, if you want to compete for Supreme Heifer, stay. And also, we've got a sign over here for pictures too, if y'all want to take pictures too, since there's no pigs or anything else over there. So in and out of Class 9, we have Mila Veramontes with her December 2019. We have Jonathan Digby with his August 2019. And then Bailey Lemke with her September 2018. This is for Grand and Reserve Beefmaster.
Let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause for their Beefmaster projects. Three really nice females out here. Three females that are very functional. Three females that are very soft-made, doable, and three that will go on and make the kids. Talked to each one of them individually in the class. The young lady's heifer, I really liked her completeness, really liked her depth of body, her softness, the way she moved around the ring, took a very long stride. Maybe a female that I'd clean up a little bit in that throat latch, but one that definitely had plenty of extension in that front end. Young man's dark red heifer. We liked her from the standpoint of her balance. She's really clean and tight. She's got that feminine appearance up in her front end. One that we might get a little bit more substance of bone. That's a personal opinion to me. But a female that's really straight in her lines. One that's got a lot of potential. Maybe just a tick quick made. And then we talked about the young lady in this last class that's got the brood cow. One that's a 2-year-old that we'd like to see a little bit further along in production, but has got that cow appearance at this point in time from the depth of her rib, from the spring of her rib, and the boldness that she maintains throughout. So as I go through and I look through these I really like the young lady's little heifer. She'll be your champion. That heifer, I think, has got a lot of potential moving down the road. She's one that I love from the standpoint of her functionality, from the boldness she's got, from a footwork and the soundness. I really like that female. So then that leaves with the two heifers. You got the cow that's a little bit further along in her maturity, and you got the young man's dark red heifer that we talked to her as being refined and maybe prettier. Today, I'm going to use the young man's red heifer.
Grand champion Beefmaster went to Mila Veramontes. Reserve went open. Next up is our Junior Brahma. We have one single entry, also the only one today. Bailey Malone. Bailey's heifer is a January 2020.
You know, in college, I judged a lot of shows in Texas. And the first show I judged, Mount Pleasant, Texas, if anybody knows where that's at, I judged, and it was a 2-day doubleheader. And I think there was 200 and some head of heifers entered in that show, 230. And I think out of that 230, there was 195 Brahma-influenced heifers. I was scared. So I left that show and I said, man, I need some help. Had a good friend that judged a lot of shows in Texas, and so I learned a lot about the Brahma industry. This is a nice heifer. A heifer that's a little bit green today, but a heifer that I think if this young lady will get her guts dropped in her, deepen her rib up, man, I love the female structure. I love that the young lady has done really well with. I thought I had her.
Sorry about that, guys. We have a single entry for the Brangus breeding. This is Wyatt Jackson. Wyatt's heifer is September 1st. Grand champion Brahma was Bailey Malone.
Another really nice single entry female for the breed. The young man's Brangus heifer. I'm going to compliment the young man on how he gets her around the ring. I know he's worked with her just from the standpoint of that heifer sets up. She stands in presence, and he does a really nice job getting her shown. As far as the female, I love the female. I love her softness, her depth of rib. If I could change her a little bit, I'd stretch her out, make her a rib longer, just to balance her up a little bit nicer. But a female that's really nice off both ends. She puts her feet down with some authority. She's really smooth and tight up in that shoulder and clean up in her chest, floor, and brisket for a Brangus. Really nice single entry female the young man brought.
Okay, now we have our Brangus Optimizer. We have a single entry. We have Emily Jackson. Emily's heifer is January 27th, 2019.
Young lady brings us a really nice sound made, easy moving, long strided female for a single entry, and she'll be the breed champion in this division. A heifer that I really like from the standpoint of her frames makeup. She's really straight and level in her lines. She sound out that hip and moves with some authority on her foot as she walks through the ring. A female that I think will make this young lady a very nice cow prospect, one that'll go ahead and produce young lady future show heifers, and she does a phenomenal job getting this female presented for us today. Just give this lady a round of applause.
All right, we're ready for our Charlet show. We have one class with 2 entries, class 13. First in will be Weston Evans. Weston's heifer is a February 18, 2019. Emma Evans with her February 16, 2019. This will also be the Grand and Reserve drive.
Well, I've been told we have a little bit of sibling rivalry here. Brother and sister both in the ring with two very nice Charolais heifers. Two heifers that have a lot of similarities. Young lady's heifer on my right, really appreciate her from her boldness of rib. She's got a lot of shape and dimension throughout that rib. She's a female that walks around the ring very sound. She's got plenty of flex in that pastern. She's set to her rear wheels are great. She's one that's got enough stoutness for a female to me, but not too terminal stout and restricts her in her movement and her functionality. Young man's heifer's getting him a little bit of trouble today, but a female that's built a lot like the same as far as body type and kind. She's a heifer I'd like to see move out a little bit better. She wants to get in on her rear wheels and hawk in a little bit. I'd like to put a little bit more authority in those rear wheels, level her out in that rear from hooks to pins. But two really nice functional females. I'm going to go with the young lady's heifer for champion and the young man's for reserve.
First place and grand champion went to Emma Evans. Second place and reserve champion went to Weston Evans. All right, we're ready for our key main show, juniors. First in's going to be Bailey Lemke. Bailey is bringing her class 11, May 31st, 2019.
I love helping kids, so I apologize if anybody gets irritated with me helping. Just kind of a little background. I've got 3 kids. They range from 4 to 14. The 14's smarter than me. I've been told that here recently. But we spend a lot of time in the barn and a lot of time on a stick. And so I want to help some of these kids out. So parents, I apologize if I'm doing something that you've taught them otherwise. You can dirty cuss me afterwards. I notice her as she walks around the ring. She wants to get up a little bit in her loin. So I told the young lady, I said, if you'll loin her just a little bit with that stick, she'll drop down a little bit. The other thing that we try to teach is to let that calf walk a natural stride in those back feet. That way that individual, that showman, doesn't have to be messing with those back feet. The judge can see that calf set up quicker, and hopefully that showman just has to mess with the front. But a really nice female that I'm curious to see how this heifer grows. She's really long and extended. She's got a ton of turn of muscle down her top that maintains down in her lower quarter. She's a heifer that's free moving for as stout as she is. She moves and takes a big long step. She's really tight in that throat latch, and I think one that'll be a beautiful yearling to 2-year-old cow as she moves forward in the show ring. So a heifer I really like, and young lady, just keep cranking her and she'll look better with age. We get to analyzing this single entry heifer, and man, she's just a really deep-sided, broody female that's really flat and smooth in that shoulder. She maintains plenty of thickness throughout. She's one that's already got that cow appearance. She's kind of cool marked up on that head, so it makes her a little flashy. If I could get really critical on her, I'd like to give her more slope of shoulder. When she moves out, she really wants to throw those front feet out in front of her. She doesn't stride really smooth and put that leg out. She more or less throws. So I just like to give her more slope of shoulder, soften her up and tie her in better right at the point of her shoulder, but make her move around. A female that I think is very complete from a standpoint of a functional cow. Just change the slope of her shoulder, move her out a little easier, but a really, really nice cow.
Class 13 is Brandon Sweeney. Brandon's heifer is February 2019. We're ready for our Grand Champion drive for the Key Main.
You know, I think we get out here for champion drive for Key Main. There's a pretty good decision to be made here. We've got 2 females that I really like, but 2 females that are very different in type and kind. The young lady's heifer is a tick more term than the young man's heifer. She's got a lot more rib shape to her, and she's a heifer that I talked about. I think she'll get better as she gets older. The young man's heifer we talked about as being the cow, the big, soggy, rib-made cow. that I like from a standpoint of the functionality of her moving forward into the pasture, but a heifer I just like to change up on her front end. So two heifers that I really like, two heifers that are totally opposite from each other, but today I'm going to go with the young man's heifer for champion and the young lady for reserve, and that's not to take away from either one of them. I really like both of them.
Grand Champion Key Main, Brandon Sweeney. Reserve Champion Bailey Lemke. Next is our Junior Hereford show. We have one entry out of class 10, Emma Evans. Emma's bringing in her October 10th, 2019.
I love this Hereford heifer from the shoulders back. And I know I start that off by saying, and I'm not trying to be critical right off the bat, but this heifer's body is made very nice. She's very nicely, she's got plenty of bone. She moves around the ring really well. The heifer gets a little bit distracting when you get up on her front end. She's got a little bit extra throat latch. I think this is a female that, like I said, I love her from the body standpoint, from her soundness, from her functionality. I'd like to clean her up in that throat latch, tighten her up in that brisket, and that balance that female up just all nice. But this is a heifer that can stand some competition on a state level if the young lady keeps cranking on her. But a really, really nice single entry Hereford heifer for the division.
Ready for our Junior Angus show? We have class 14, 2 entries. First in is Cole Beckett. Cole's bringing in his October 22nd, 2018. Brooke Handel is bringing in her October 8th, 2018. This is also will be in the reserve.
These are our two Angus division out here in the ring. We got two very nice moderate frame Angus females. Young lady's heifer's a lot further along in her development. She's heavy in calf. Young lady tells me she'll calve next month sometime. You can tell by that udder development that the cow's already got down. Cow appearance, not only from her udder standpoint, but also from her rib shape, from her top line. She's already got that maternal brood cow characteristic and look to her. A heifer that I really like from the standpoint of her front end. She's really refined, really clean. I'd like to level her up over her top line, but all in all, a really nice functional female. The young man's female we've got here closest to me is a heifer that's a tick lighter in condition than I'd like to see her today. A heifer that's really kind of a little open in her shoulder. She's got quite a bit of length to her. She moves around good and wanting to give the young man a little bit of fit today, but a really nice female. I'd like to see her heavy in calf as we did the young ladies, but a really nice cow that'll go on and make a nice brood cow project. When I look at these two for Grand and Reserve, I've talked all morning about functionality, brood cow appearance, and usefulness, and I've got to go with the young lady. She'll be your champion, Angus, and the young man will be your reserve. But two really nice cow prospects out here today.
Next in is our P. Angus. We have a single entry, Reagan Amos. She's bringing in her April 12th, 2019. Placings in the Angus show. First went to Brooke Handel. She was also grand. Second place, Cole Beckett, reserve.
Style and guts in a package. You know, as I look at this heifer and analyze her, she's a nice cow. She's really nice balance. She's really full in that forerib. She maintains that depth through her rear flank. She moves throughout the ring very gracefully, taking long steps and covering her stride. She's a heifer that's long and extended from front to back, but maintains the fact that she's very nicely balanced. She's not the stoutest heifer we've seen today, but she's stout enough for today's industry. She's a heifer I'd like to tighten up in that throat latch, but a heifer that's really got a lot of potential to be competitive on a higher level or state level. So a really nice single entry female this young lady brought in.
We're now ready for our Kianina. We have two classes, each a single entry. Class 12, Cassandra Tackman. She's bringing in her March 2nd, 2019. This is also for the open show too. They are also open and junior.
very attractive, stout-made, muscular female the young lady brings us. I like this heifer from the standpoint of her appearance. She's got an awesome ring presence. The young lady does a phenomenal job getting her stuck and getting her shown. I kind of tease her a little bit. She works hard over here, and then the heifer takes pee. Then she walks over here, and the heifer goes number 2. So she's fighting her, but she's doing a phenomenal job. Really like this heifer's pattern. Her levelness, her lines, her boldness in her lower rib cage. I'd like to see her deeper in that rib structure, softer off those rear pasterns, but a heifer that's really cool, got a great ring presence, and the lady does a very nice job getting her presented.
Class 14, Jake Myers. Jake's bringing in his October 12th, 2018.
There's a lot of cow here. You look at this heifer from behind, and her rib structure, her rib dimension and shape is massive. She's one that maintains her top line for that mass and dimension very well. She's a female that's very attractive when it comes to her front 1/3. She maintains a levelness from hooks to pins and stands and tracks out pretty wide. I'd like to clean her up in her chest floor. I think that's just from maturity. She's getting a little bit of brisket, dropping a little bit. And if I could be really hard and critical, I'd soften her up in those pasterns and make her take a larger step. But a really nice brood cow prospect that's a little bit different than the heifer we saw in class, which it could get interesting in Champion Drive. But a really nice single entry. You know, we get out here in Champion Drive, and we've really got 2 different females. The young lady's black and white. I talked to her in class as being a really attractive. She's got a massive ring presence. Not only is it from her color, but it's her silhouette. This female, when she comes in the ring, she draws your attention. She demands it. She's really cool as far as her head set, the way she's up in that chest. She's really level in her lines. I talked to her in class as maybe liking to drop her a little bit in that rear flank. The white doesn't help her at all back there, but that's unfortunate. We don't get to choose where the whites are, unfortunately. And I'd like to soften her up in the pasterns. I go to the young man's heifer, and man, she's just a big, massive cow. I love her from the standpoint of her rib shape and volume. She's one of those big capacious females that you see out in the pasture as you drive into a very nice place. She's a front pasture cow is what we call her. She's one that is really pretty headed. She's really got a nice feminine shaped head. She's long through that nose, perky in her ears. She maintains that levelness throughout her hip, and she moves decently out the ring. I'd change a few things about her. So we've got really two different type females. I look at the young ladies as maybe being a tick more terminal. I look at the young mans as being a little more maternal. I love both of the females. Unfortunately, I've got to place them. Depends on what I'm doing. If I'm sitting here trying to raise some functional show steers, I'm picking the young lady's black and white heifer. If I'm moving on to a female setting, wanting to raise some pounds and some show cows, I'm picking the young man's black heifer. Today, for me, the choice is very tight. I'm going to go with the young man's heifer for champion and the young lady for reserve, but two very, very nice females. I like both of them a lot.
Grand Champion Drive in both Open and Junior and the Kianina breeding. Grand Champion went to Jake Myers. Reserve, Cassandra Tackman.
Young lady brings us a very nice heifer. Heifer that's not wanting to really cooperate with her today. She might be tired, been a long morning already. But a heifer that I really appreciate from her soundness. This heifer tracks probably the longest tracking female that I've seen today. She covers her steps and strides really well. She's got plenty of flex in those rear pasterns and rear hocks to be a very functional, sound moving heifer. She's one that's really long and level through her lines. She's extended in her rib cage and extended up through front end. A female that I think's got a ton of potential, especially as a heavy bred heifer, both in the show ring and in the pasture. So a really nice single entry heifer. young lady brings us a big old soggy made cow for a single entry. A heifer that might be carrying a tick extra condition if you want to be critical. A female that's really bold sprung. She's got plenty of depth. She's got plenty of body. Female I'd like to tighten up in her chest floor and her brisket. But a cow that's a really complete made, nice, easy fleshing, good doing kind of female. Really nice functional cow for a single entry.
Okay, this is our Lemmy Flex, and this is also open. The younger one is J.C. Smith with her Class 10, September 2nd, 2014. J.C. Smith with her September 27th, 2018. This is the grand drive for both open and junior Lemmy Flex.
I asked the young lady if she was going to be mad if she got beat, and she looked at me kind of puzzled and said, "They're both mine." So, two really nice functional cows here we're looking at. Just talked the young lady's bigger heifer in class as being the big soggy, maybe a tick more conditioned today than we'd like to see her. Talked the young lady's heifer in class as being one that's really straight in her lines, level made. She's really neat pattern, sound, travels out really well. With that being said, I like your younger heifer better today. I love her from the standpoint of her structure, from her balance, from her makeup. She's really square and level out that hip. She's got the potential to be a big, soggy brood cow and still keep everything put together in a nice, neat package. So the yellow heifer will be your champion. The big heifer will be your reserve. Congratulate her on this.
Grand champion goes to J.C. Smith. Reserve grand champion goes to J.C. Smith. We're now ready for our limousine show. First in, out of Class 9, we have Kylie Smith. Kylie's bringing in her November 22nd, 2019 single entry.
Really a nice single entry red female here. Young lady, I applaud her. She's very relaxed in the show ring. The heifer does whatever she wants her to do. And this female is just a big powerhouse. Really stout, big bone. She stands on a big foot. A heifer that moves out the ring really well. Heifer I'd like to blow apart right behind the point of her shoulder. She gets a little tight in her forerib, makes her look a little bold in her shoulder, but a female that I think has got a ton of potential in her from a standpoint of how well she's put together. She's really tight in her skeletal and a cow that can stand some size and some substance and not fall apart over time. This young man's doing a nice job with this heifer. Another heifer that's just going to do whatever the young man tells him to do. A heifer that's really long and extended from hooks to pins. She's really long at the point of her shoulder to the hooks. She's one that's really a flashy, eye-appealing heifer. I'd like to give her a little bit more bone, drop her in that rib cage just a little bit, make her look a little bit more broody, deeper bodied, nicer balance at this point. But a heifer that's the kind, just soften her up a little bit to give her more appearance today. We got a pair of really nice heifers out here in Champion Drive. The red heifer, we talked her as being big bone, stout. She's got a lot of structural integrity to her, one that can maintain and hold some weight and substance as she grows and develops and still be put together in a big solid package. A female that's stout, that's long and extended, maybe needs to clean up a little bit in her front 1/3, but a really nice red heifer. The young man's heifer, we talked her as being the long, feminine heifer. She's really clean and refined in that front 1/3. She's really level from hooks to pins. Could see her walk on some substance of bone. Both heifers have a lot of attributes that you really like and appreciate, but at the same point in time, there's some flaws that we'd like to change in both. If I can intermingle the two, put the black heifer's front end on the beautiful one. But today, for me, the red heifer is going to be your champion, and the young man's black will be your reserve.
Okay, out of Class 12, the black heifer was Logan Smith. Logan's heifer was a single entry, so he was the class winner of April 24, 2019. Junior limousine champion was Kylie Smith with her November heifer. Reserve was Logan Smith with his April 2019. Kylie was also the Open Grand Champion limousine heifer. And Main Angus classes. We have 2 single entries out of Class 10. We have Reagan Rigney with her September 2019.
Big, soft, middle, easy doing, big structured heifer for a single entry. Young lady does a very nice getting her exhibited and shown. A heifer that's really solid, really nicely balanced and smooth all the way throughout. A female that I'd like to track her out a little bit longer strided when she moves out, but a heifer that's just got so much substance to her, muscle and bone, that it's hard and difficult for her to do that in the same package of striding out. But a really nice functional body heifer, just need to move her out a little bit nicer and freer today, but a nice single entry heifer.
Class 11, main Angus, we have Jason Gallion with his May 5th, 2019.
This female really ties in well all the way throughout. She's really smooth from her rib cage through her shoulder, ties in really well at the top of her neck. She's really smooth and muscular, flat muscled throughout that hip, down into her lower stifle and quarter. She moves out rather nicely throughout the ring. She's a female that's really big bodied down below. She's got plenty of spring of rib. She's really nice balance. If I could get critical on her, I'd do two things. I'd stretch her out one rib shape, maybe take her up notch size, but a really nice functional smooth made female that you got to appreciate her durability, her design, and her structure as she moves out throughout the ring. Two really nice heifers out here for Champion Drive. The young lady's heifer that came out in that first class, we talked to her as just being a big, soggy, massive female. I'd like to change a few things on, but just she's got a lot of substance, of size, of rib, and of muscle. Just a really nice, solid female. The young man's heifer he brings out in the next class, she's nicely balanced, has a beautiful design to her. She moves out the ring very nicely. She's one that's smooth all the way throughout. She's really refined and feminine throughout that head, neck, and shoulder structure. She'll be the champion heifer. Young lady will be reserved.
Grand champion main Angus goes to Jace Gallion. Reserve and Reagan Rigney. Also is going to be grand champion main. Next in the ring, we have our main Anjus. Class 11 is Emily Myers. Emily brought in her May 10th, 2019. Single entry.
This young lady's got a nice single entry heifer. Heifer's wanting to give her a little fit, but she's doing a really nice job getting her set and appearance-wise. Heifer that I really appreciate from her standpoint of length. She's really long in her skeletal design. She's a female that's smooth in her shoulders. She's tied in well in that front end. Maybe get a little tighter in that rib shape for me. Like to drop her in that rear flake and just drop her in her overall rib structure to soften her up and step her out with a longer stride. But a really nice patterned heifer that's got a lot of good attributes, and the lady's doing a nice job today getting her set.
Class 14 is Paisley Amos, single entry, October 10th, 2018.
As I get to analyzing this single entry, there's a lot of good things I like about her. This heifer's stout. You really get behind her and you start analyzing her. She maintains that width from hooks to pins. She's really wide in her pin placement. She's really straight in her line with a big old top, and she maintains that width and that depth all the way down through that rib structure. She's a female for her size and mass. She gets around the ring really well. She's got a good appearance to her. She might not be as flashy as some heifers we've seen today. She's but a heifer that's really nice and functional. I really appreciate her, and she can stand some competition going forward. These two ladies both do a wonderful job getting these females presented, and I appreciate that. You can tell that these two have put the work to cattle, or these heifers respond very well to them with a stick and on the show halter and stand there very nice in a good manner. And then she moves. I jinxed it. So as I get to looking at the two heifers, the heifer in the first class, we talked her being really long and extended. She's got a lot of muscularity to her. We'd like to smooth her up a little bit on the move when she goes to step out. But a heifer that I really like and appreciate for an extension all the way throughout from head to tail. Really, really nice cow. The young lady's heifer, a little bit further along in her development. You can tell she's starting to bag down a little bit. There's a lot of mass and a lot of power in that package, but still a really pretty and refined package that moves about really well. I think for me today, I got to use the young lady's heifer as champion and the heifer out of Class 1 as reserve.
Grand champion Main Anjou went to Paisley Amos. Reserve champion went to Emily Myers, but Emily Myers will also be the grand champion Open Main Anjou. Class 10 maintainer is a single entry. Fallon Cordero is bringing in her October 4th, 2019.
Really attractive, flashy little blue heifer for a single entry. One that's got a ton of potential. She's a fall born of last year. Heifer that might be a tick behind in her weight per day of age. I'd like to see her a little bit fleshier today. Maybe set in that tail head a little bit tighter. But a heifer that's got a cool presence about her. She's got a ton of potential, being long and extended and kind of freaky fronted. But one that I really like, the future, a little bit heavier today to be able to compete on that top end. Really nice single entry. This young lady brings us another very functional, very competitive single entry heifer, a female that's very smooth and tight in that shoulder, very refined and pretty up in that head. She's stout through hooks to pins, maintains some of that stoutness, but at the same point in time, you really appreciate her for her balance and for her ability to move throughout the ring. She's a heifer that's really typey and pretty and attractive, so very nice single entry heifer. We'll see her again in Champion Drive. A little bit greener today than I'd like to see her, but a heifer that I think's got a ton of potential in future. Like to get her some more weight today to be able to be extremely competitive, knock that tail head down in that hip a little bit tighter, but a really nice female that I think's got a tremendous Is she the biggest, deepest, soggiest heifer we've seen today? No, but she puts all that together in a really nice package out here in Drive. Young ladies, blue heifer will be reserved.
Okay, these are also your open main Anjus. So Grand Champion, Junior, and Open went to Emily Myers, Reserve, Fallon Cordero. In the ring right now, we have a single entry of our Salier Junior Show. Cheyenne Ferguson with her June 7th, 2019.
Single entry Salier heifer in the Salier drive. Heifer, nice functional female. Young lady does a nice job with her. I really appreciate seeing the youth out here with their female projects to develop and build their cow herd. This is the one, no exception. This young lady will turn this female out, make a cow out of her, and will go on and make a really nice prospect for future heifers for this young lady. But a female that's just really sound and functional, just a really good, complete cow prospect for the future for this young lady.
And a while ago I messed up. Those were not main Angie, those were maintainers. I apologize. Well, I'm listening. So I'm sorry. Grand champion Salier went to Cheyenne Ferguson. Now we're ready for our junior Scottish Highlander out of class 12. We have two single entries, two classes. Megan Sievers, March 6, 2019.
We got a single entry Highlander here that's really a nice pattern, nice design, soft in her pasterns, heavy bone structured female that's level in her line, smooth in her shoulder and long and extended to the front end. A nice single entry female Highlander. Another single entry Highlander that the lady's doing a very nice job with. A big structured, heavy footed heifer that's got plenty of good in her. Maybe a female I'd like to see a little bit more weight per day of age, a little bit deeper in her rear flank, but a really nice functional, doable heifer. We'll see her back in Champion Drive. Two really nice heifers out here in the Highland Drive. You know, the Scottish Highlanders are really started picking up speed and momentum as far as popularity, and these two heifers are no exceptions. Two heifers are really nice made. Their design is really high on both of them. The heifer out of Class 1 will be your champion. Heifer out of Class 2 will be your reserve. Two really nice heifers.
Grand champion went to Megan Severs, and out of Class 13 was Michaela Severs with her February 26, 2019, and she will be your reserve grand champion. Next is our junior shorthorn. We have one single entry out of Class 14. Jesse Burke. Jesse's bringing in his October 30th, 2018.
Young man brings us a really nice single entry shorthorn in the breed. A heifer that can stand some competition. A female that is really attractive. She's nicely balanced. She's got plenty of strength over her top. She maintains that smoothness out through her shoulder. Just like to drop her a little bit in that rear flank. She puts down her feet on those rear wheels. But a heifer that's got a ton of potential and make a beautiful brood cow prospect for this young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
All right, we're ready for our junior Simmental. Out of Class 8, we will have Jasper Schaefer. Jasper's bringing in his January 8th, 2020.
Young man brings us probably the youngest heifer we've seen today. Really nice prospect heifer here. A female that's really flashy and attractive. She's put together right. She's got a great silhouette. She's really clean and refined up in that front end and that shoulder. She's got some stoutness from below. She's a heifer that I think's got a ton of potential for this young man going down the road, and I'd be curious to see her back in Champion Drive. So a really nice single entry heifer. Young lady brings us a really striking and attractive young heifer. A heifer that, as I analyze, I like her a lot. A female that I think, as she goes on in maturity, will just get better with age. She's really level in her made. She's sound as she moves through the ring, takes a big, long step. She's long up in her front end and really refined up in that throat latch all the way throughout that head. A female that's got plenty of rib shape for me, and she's got tons of length. A heifer that if I could just get very critical on and change, I'd set her down on a bigger foot. She's got plenty of bone. She just gets a little of foot. The thing that doesn't help her is the white around the base of her feet. But a really nice heifer. I really think this female will get better with age and be a really, really good yearling plus. This young lady brings us another really nice single entry semi-tall heifer. A heifer that, again, just like the previous heifer, is really, really pretty up in that front end. This heifer is almost freak fronted as far as when you look at her head and her ear and her head shape all the way down through her shoulder and her brisket. She's a heifer that might get a tick straight on her pulling of her shoulder. Heifer that I'd like to give her a little more slope, move out a little bit on that front end a tick better, but a heifer that's got tons of rib, massive belly on her, and a heifer that's made right in her back 1/3. A heifer that, again, is a great brood cow process and just very attractive and flashy throughout. This is the deepest champion drive or breed drive we've seen today. All three of these heifers out here are good. They're all good, they're right kind. They all have things that we like or don't like about them, but they're all good. The young man's heifer, in front of me, lady's heifer in the back, but a heifer that I talked in class as being the complete heifer. I really like her from a standpoint of length. She's really refined and feminine up in that head, shoulder, and neck region. She's a heifer that walks on plenty of bone, maybe give her a little more foot size, but a female I love from the standpoint of her length in association to her rib depth and shape. And the big heifer we talked in class as being the one that's freak fronted. She's so tight in that throat latch and up through her head and neck. She's just attractive and pretty, and she really catches your eye. A thing that I'd like to hit on is the little heifer is straighter out, leveler out through the hip versus the big heifer. The little champion heifer, from the standpoint of I like her from style, length, balance, and just the overall package. And I'm sorry, young lady, you picked the wrong heifer to show, but I'll use yours for reserve. So 3 really nice heifers today in semi-drive.
Just a minute. We're waiting. Did Riker Holloway leave? Can't find him? Riker Holloway. Okay, then. Out of class 10 was Callie Franks. And Junior, since we didn't find Riker. Riker was, oh, here he comes. He's coming. Never mind. Wait just a minute. Stay out there, Jasper. My bad, my bad. Oh, no. It's not Jasper. It's going to be Callie with her September 6, 2019. So, Jasper, you can leave. I'm sorry, Jasper. That's what I get for not reading with my glasses on. Okay, Riker has 2. Huh? Okay, and then Riker's bringing in his September 25th, 2019. These are class 10. Is he not going to show his the class 11? All right. Sorry about this. This is a faux pas. All right, so Riker's in the ring with his, we have a scratch, with his Class 11, August 29, 2019. This is the open show.
Young man brings us a really nice single entry heifer in the open division of the show. A heifer that again is a young female, maybe not as advanced and not as developed as some of the females we've seen, but a heifer that's got a really neat presence about her. She's really up-headed. She's really stout from hooks to pins and maintains that stoutness throughout. A heifer that's got a ton of body potential. She's just a little bit tighter today, but a heifer that the young man's doing a nice job with and will go on to be a great show cow prospect for him. Young man brings another single entry heifer in the open division. A female that we saw this morning in the Cloverbud show. And young man, you're doing a phenomenal job with your heifers, I might add, so keep it up. A heifer that's really rugged and raw in her design and structure. A heifer that's one of those doable heifers that's going to be really functional when she gets to a cow. She's very long. She's very easy fleshing. She's got some softness through her, and she's got a ton of muscle. So a very nice heifer that the young man brings, and he's doing a phenomenal job. Let's give him a round of applause. Out here in Champion Open Simmental division, we've got 2 heifers that we saw in the junior drive, and we've got 2 heifers that are just in the open. The young man that owns both the first and the third heifer here has done a very nice job bringing us 2 functional, very nice semi-females, 2 heifers that have a ton of potential. They're very rugged, very doable, very cow prospects moving down the road, and I think that young man will be very happy. The young lady with the heifer that was champion in junior, she'll be your, and I'm going to follow her with your other big heifer. She'll be your reserve in the open division.
Grand champion went to Callie Franks with her September heifer. Reserve champion went to Callie Franks with her 2018 and that show. All right, we're on our last breeding beef. We have a single entry. Oh, that's open. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, just a minute. I don't have one for Kinley. Kinley had a bull, but it's
listed as a bull, but it's a heifer. She did not have a bull.
Okay. All right. Kinley Harris. We have 4 single entries. Kinley Harris is bringing in her January 5th, 2020.
Young lady brings us a really nice, flashy single entry heifer. A heifer that, again, is a January. She's a little bit young. She's one of the younger ones that we've seen today, but one that's got a neat pattern to her. She's really flashy when she gets in the show ring. She's like one that's very powerful in that lower quarter and stifle. She's very level and straight along that lines right at the point of her shoulder. Heifer, I'd like to soften up at her hocks just a tick. She gets a little bit straight on the move. Just soften her up and free her up on the move, but a really nice heifer prospect. Folks, this is a pretty one. This is a really nice single entry heifer. Get to analyzing this heifer. She's put together really well. This might be one of the soundest females I've seen today as she moves around the ring. She's really straight and level off her top and her lower underline. She's a female that's pretty stout when you get to watching her track away from you and track to you. She's a heifer that might tuck her up a tick in that throat latch if I were being critical, but a heifer that's really designed really well. I'd like to see her a little bit softer in the middle today, but a heifer, when you talk about structural type and design, she's right on it. Love the female for her type and kind. Love the female for the way she moves. Just need to soften her up in that middle, but a really, really nice single entry heifer. Really a soggy, stout-made, muscular female that's big-boned, heavy-made as a single entry. I like the cow from her standpoint of her muscularity, her bone capacity, and her rib shape. However, she's really moderate. She might be a tick moderate and quick made for me today. She's a little bit smaller framed. I'd like to bring her up a tick in her frame size, give her a little bit more growth and style to her, but a really nice stout-made female as a single entry. This young man brings us a nice single entry, production oriented female. This is a rugged made cow. Young man's doing a nice job getting her presented. Old cow's carrying good body condition. She's an easy flushing, easy made, doable female. That's a really nice brood cow prospect for the young man. So I congratulate him on his single entry. I think out here in Champion Drive, we've got 4 nice functional brood cow prospects. Young man heifer that just came out, we talked to her as being the brood cow, ready to go to work and clothes on, good condition, tremendous cow prospect for him. Young man's here and straight in front of me. We talked big, stout, muscular, powerful powerhouse cow, maybe a little too moderate for me today. Young lady's heifer here out of the 2nd class. Talked to her as being the design, the pretty one. She's really feminine. She's put together awesome and moves out great. We talked about the young lady's January heifer as being just young. Like to see her a little bit more flex on those rear wheels and a little bit more flesh on today. She's young, I understand. We're in good shape. So as I look at these 4 heifers, there's one that stands out pretty easy to me, and that's a young lady in the pink shirt. She'll be your champion breed heifer. I like that heifer quite a bit. And then follow up reserve, I'm going to go with the young lady's black and white heifer. That'll be your champion reserve out of the 4 heifers in the division.
Everybody just stand still there. Okay, so out of class 10, since we didn't get done, we had Reagan Amos with her October 2019. She's grand champion, juniors. Out of class 12, we had Hudson Harris with his March 2019. These are all single entry, so they're first place. Class 14, we had Wyatt Caulfelt with his September 2018. Now we have an open show. So it's going to be, oh, he's all by himself, so everybody go. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to call confusion, but I'm having to flip back and forth. So grand champion was Reagan and reserve was Kenley. Thank you. So now we're going to do the open semi-solutions. All right. I apologize for all that. It was not me. Okay, we're ready for our commercial heifer show. Our first will be American Influence. Class 1 will be a single entry. Class 1 is Ramsey Andrews. Ramsey is bringing in her American Cross heifer that weighs 473 pounds.
This young lady's doing a really nice job on her single entry American heifer, American influence heifer. I visited her with her just a minute there about some show stick etiquette. Man, she picked up on it great, calmed the heifer right down, but she's doing a phenomenal job getting this heifer shown and exhibited today. A female that's really large frame. She's really level over her top line and really clean and designed up in her head and neck. So a really nice brood cow prospect for this young lady. Good job, hon.
Next in ring class 2, we have Kelly McGraw, 632 pounds.
This young lady's doing a great job with this heifer. Heifer's kind of wanting to be a little cantankerous on some things, but a really, really nice, functional, doable, easy fleshing cow potential. This female is one of those that she's going to be able to turn out, make as a brood cow prospect, raise calves, kind of a no-brainer deal. Cow's going to maintain her flesh and do really well for this young lady. So a really nice single entry for this young lady. Two really nice functional influence cattle here in this class. I really like the standpoint of her growth and development. These heifers are close to the same age. This female's got more pounds per day of age on her, pretty close, but heifer carries more muscular throughout her rear quarter. She moves sound throughout the ring. The red heifer young lady's got is a deeper body, nicer balance. She's put together, she's straighter in her lines. Could see her a little bit stouter when viewed from behind, but two really nice functional heifers. Today in class placings, I'm going to use the young lady's white heifer first and the young lady's red heifer as second. I like both of them. I think they're very functional and very doable cattle, and will serve the young ladies very well as brood cow prospects. Two really different type of heifers in this class. The young man's heifer up here, the black heifer, she's a large frame, extended heifer, one that's going to be maybe a little bit harder doing when we turn her into pasture and we go. She's going to be a cow that's going to mature out at a larger weight, therefore follow down through and require more pounds of feed to maintain her daily weight. The young man's red heifer here behind is a very solid, more moderate frame. She's very muscular. She's very smooth made. She's carrying more condition than the heifer is, and than the black heifer is, but just in a smaller package. Like I said, they're two very different types of heifers. A guy can flip-flop either way. My personal preference is to use the red baldy to win the class, and the black heifer will be in second. But two really nice functional females. This young lady brings a big powerhouse out for a single entry, weighing about 1245. She's about as big and stout as you can get one. She's big in her top. She maintains some cleanliness and some eye appeal up through her shoulder and front 1/3. She's a heifer that I like as fact as she's 1245. She's still keeping herself together and not falling apart. I'd like to see her step with a bigger, longer stride as she walks throughout the ring, but nevertheless, she's a very nice cow in a compact package. So a nice single entry heifer.
Ramsey's heifer weighs 473. Class 2, Kelly. Kelly's heifer weighs 632. Class 3, Bailey Malone. Bailey's heifer weighed 808. Second to Bailey in her class was J. Lee Amos that weighed 810. Class 4, Aiden Jowers with an 842. Second in his class was Jacob Curtis with an 864 heifer. And Class 5 winner is Emily Jackson with a 1245 heifer. 5 classes for grand champion. Now, whatever heifer wins Grand Champion American Influence needs to stay close, because we will, after we get done with English and exotic, we will pick our grand overall commercial heifer. Then that one that wins will come back for Supreme Heifer, plus any breed champion that won grand will come in for Supreme Heifer after the picking of grand commercial heifer.
As we get out here for champion influence drive, I think we've got 5 nice functional females out here that will serve each one of these exhibitors with the purpose that they're going to, and that is to make cows out of. That's a pretty basic mindset of mine, and I know not everybody will agree. We've seen some heifers that maybe should have been placed in others' mind in different places, but I'm always looking for the end result of these show heifers, and that's to make a cow out of. I'm not going to take the time and talk all of them. They were all in their classes and got visited or got talked about. There's about 3 heifers in here that I'm kind of in my mind I like and have sorted themselves to the top. There's one heifer that I'm pretty comfortable with saying she's going to be champion. Black heifer here. I really like the way that heifer puts things together. Is she 100% perfect? No. Does she have some flaws? Yes. You find me a perfect heifer, A, I won't be able to afford her. B, I don't think one exists. So when we come back here for reserve, I think it's a toss-up. There's 2 females that I really like. They both got some doability to them. They both are very functional, and I like the way they're designed and put together. They are 2 very different heifers, but as I get to analyzing and picking them through, I've talked all day about functionality. I've talked all day about structure, soundness, some doability, and some functionality as far as being able to take and pretty much survive on little feed. Because as we take these show heifers, and everybody in the barn can attest to this, the feed's not free. And so we're chugging a lot of money in these heifers as show cattle, and then all of a sudden we turn them out and we make brood cows out of them, and they're the ones that are up there baited, and we're the ones going, okay, and we feed them. And eventually that turns into a money pit as a cow when our goal is to be at least cost production oriented. So as I look at the 2 heifers, the young man's red baldy will be your reserve heifer.
Grand champion went to Emily Jackson out of class 5. Reserve grand champion went to Aiden Jowers out of class 4. All right, we're now ready for the English Influence Division. Class 1 has 2 entries. And the reason, I'm going to explain why some of them I'm not announcing, is because me and Derek are sharing a microphone. And we have Derek Dick. He's our judge out of Nowata, Oklahoma. So Megan Sievers, she'll be bringing in her 440-pound heifer. Also into class 1 is Tristan Andrews, 486 pounds, 2 entries.
nice single entry, or two nice heifers in this class. I'm going to start the class with the black heifer. You get to analyzing this female. She's got a lot of depth capacity in her. She's got a lot of shape of ribs. She moves around the ring really freely. She's really straight and level in her lines, and just an overall nice, complete female. The young lady's heifer in second. I appreciate her for her design. She's very clean up in that front end, tight in that shoulder, and moves sound throughout the ring in addition. But I'd like to give her more center width and capacity, stouten her up when viewed from behind, and just two nice, functional, doable females in this class. It's a really nice single entry British white female. I like this heifer. She's got a lot of good things in the package, and if you stop and analyze her, the heifer's really put together very nicely. She's got tons of rib, tons of length. She's very smooth from front to end. She's got plenty of bone on her and a big foot to move out and about, and all in a good moderate package. So an easy fleshing, nice functional female for a single entry class. I think we get to evaluating the two heifers in the ring, and the young man here in front of me will be your first place heifer. She's an easier doing, softer made heifer that stands on more bone. She's easy fleshing when you view her. She's got softer appearance. She's softer in her rib cage and structure. She might get a little chubby up in that front end, especially compared to the second place heifer. The second place heifer is very long and extended. She's really feminine up. She stands on a good substance of bone. She just gets a little flat in her lower quarter and maybe tight in her lower rib. But two really nice heifers in this class.
tired. Placings in Class 1 was Tristan Andrews first, Megan Severs second. Placing in Class 2 was Michaela Severs first. Michaela's heifer weighed 516. Placings in Class 3 was Hayden Gonzalez with a 658 heifer, Brant Bowen 98 heifer. We're bringing in Class 4. We have Wyatt Caulfield with an 884 heifer and Mac Bowen with his 922 heifer.
In this pair of more mature heifers, we've got two heifers that are really different in their type and kind. The young man's black heifer that I'm going to start with, she'll win the class. She's a lot bigger boned. She's sounder made. She's softer in her rib cage. She's smoother from hooks to pins. I could stretch her out a tick, make her a rib longer, but a nice functional female. The young man's red heifer in second's in her working clothes. She might be a little greener in her condition today when compared to the black heifer, but she's a heifer that's got more growth to her. She stands on a smaller bone, frailer made, and I just like to overall give her more mass and capacity in comparison to the first place heifer. But two nice heifers for these young gentlemen. I appreciate the design and the femininity and the refinement of this single entry heifer. You really get to looking at her, and she's really level in her lines. She's clean and fine, refined up in her head and neck. She's got a big foot on her. She moves out the ring really well. She's got that cow appearance to her. Now, young lady's doing a nice job getting her set up today and viewed, but a really nice single entry heifer.
Okay. This was Cheyenne Ferguson's Class 5 single entry, weighing 1045. We're now ready to pick our Grand Champion English Influence commercial heifer. We'll need our Class 1 back in. Tristan Andrews. Tristan's heifer is weighing in at 486. Okay, Class 2. Class 2, we have Michaela Sievers. Her heifer weighs 516. Class 3, Hayden Gonzalez, 658. Class 4, Mac Bowen. $922, and Class 5, Cheyenne Ferguson, 1045.
Out here in champion breed for the English division, we've got a nice set of females here. Really really like as I go to sorting through these cattle. Again, the heifer that I like is a very functional, easy fleshing, really sound made calf. She's got plenty of rib and bone structure. She moves around the ring really nice, and that's going to be your young man right here. She'll be your champion English heifer.
We need Wyatt Caulfield, second place heifer, please. Grand champion come out of Class 4, Mac Bowen, 922 pounds. Wyatt is bringing in his Class 4 second place heifer that weighed 884 pounds.
Reserve heifer in this division, I'm going to use a young lady's heifer here at the end. I think that heifer is really overmissed. I really like her lines and her design and her structure. I think she'll make a phenomenal brood cow for this young lady.
Reserve Grand Champion goes to Cheyenne Ferguson. Now, Mac, remember, Mac and Emily, you need to be ready so we can pick overall commercial heifer after we get done with the exotic influence. We're now ready to start our exotic influence commercial heifer show. Class 1, we have 3 entries. Be Lucy Gonzalez. Lucy's heifer weighs 632 pounds. Next is Mason Wood. All right, here's Lucy. $632. Next is Mason's. $638. And then we have Kenzie Megara. No. Oh, okay. I missed her. I'm sorry. $628. So Kenzie should be in front, Robert. Kenzie should be the first one. Her slightest.
I love watching these young kids work. Start off with, he called her Chuck. So bring old Chuck around here. So the red baldy heifer I really like. She's the stoutest heifer in the class. She's really bold made. She's really bold in that rib structure. She's clean up in that throat latch. And she's a heifer that I really like her from the standpoint of her design of body. The young man does a good job setting her up and presenting her. If I could change the heifer, I'd give her more set to her rear wheels. She gets a little bit straight and put a little bit more substance of bone underneath her. But a really nice heifer that I love her body design type. Young lady with the black heifer, as she pulls her out, you'll see that she's a really soft-made, easy fleshing heifer, one that's going to be a really easy doer for the young lady when she does, as she does move throughout her show career and into the cow-calf operation. Heifer that stands on a good amount of bone. She's got a ton amount of muscling and from behind. She's a heifer that I really like. I just like to tighten her up a little bit, give her a little bit more shape to her rib, and just refine her up and make her more feminine out through her shoulder and neck and chest region. But a really nice heifer project for the young lady. The young lady's yellow heifer's kind of been giving her fits. I'll say that she's done a whale of a job staying hooked up with her, and I applaud her for that, and I tell you, don't give up. I like this heifer. This is probably the most feminine heifer of the class. She's the one that's got the most growth of anything in the class. She's also the greenest one today that's carrying the least amount of condition. The heifer gets a little bit flat in her muscle shape, but a really nice functional cow that'll be really nice as you go on throughout her development. So I applaud all three of those. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placings in Class 1, Mason Wood first, Lucy Gonzalez second, Kenzie McGar third. Okay, so we're ready for Class 2. I need Hayden Gonzalez first. Hayden's heifer weighs 706. Next, Paisley Amos. Next in will be Lucas Ginn. $778, 3 entries.
We're going to start the class with the young lady's black heifer. She's a super attractive, really zipper fronted up headed heifer that's really straight and level. She's really long and extended. She's sound when she moves off of both ends. She stands on a good amount of foot and bone. She's just a really nice, good designed heifer that you really appreciate how much she has in that package. If we could change her, we'd like to blow her apart a little bit in her lower rib, but a really nice heifer that's got a really cool look to her. The young man's white heifer coming in second, really square out that hip, really long and extended out that hip. She's a heifer that gets a little bit plainer for you today. She's got more rib and substance than a lot of them in her center portion of her rib than most heifers in here today, but she's a heifer that just gets a little plainer up on that front end, just gets a little bit flatter in that lower quarter, but a really nice functional heifer. The young man's red heifer wrapping up the class is a heifer that's a good, functional, doable female. This is the cow of the group. She's the one that's an easy fleshing, no-brainer cow. Kick her out and she kind of takes care of herself. You appreciate that standpoint as far as her production capabilities, and the young man will have a really nice cow herd based off of her.
All right, we're ready for class 3. We have 2 entries. First in will be Kinley Harris. Okay, we're going to bring Kinley Weir. And Kinley's heifer weighs 1060. And then Kinley's 1055. Went to Amos. Second, Hayden Gonzalez.
We got a really nice pair of heifers in this class, really bold sprung, stout made females. Both of them are made a lot alike when you talk about the center portion of their body. It's when you leave that point is when I have problems. The young lady's black heifer here, she's got that good look to her. She's really long and extended that front end. She's got plenty of rib shake. When she gets on the move is when she I have problems with her. She really wants to knuckle over on those back wheels and just can't get control over exactly what's going on there, and she wants to fumble around a little bit. The young lady's gray heifer, as she moves around, she's got plenty of flex in those rear pasterns. She steps those feet up underneath her and takes a long stride. Because of that fact, the young lady's gray heifer will win the class, and young lady's heifer will be second. I really like the 2 heifers. Structural difference sorts the 2, but 2 nice females.
In class 3, Kinley Weir first, Kinley Harris second. We're ready for class 4. It's a single injury. Okay, it's a long day. Entry, Cassandra Tackman, 1175.
here's a lot to offer. You get to looking at this heifer, and there's a lot of female in a small package. This is probably one of the stouter females we've seen in this division as far as all the way from front to back. You really love the presence that this heifer has when she comes into the ring. Those big old fuzzy ears help out a little bit. She's really up-headed. She's tied in high up at the point of her shoulder. She's styled all the way through. She's got plenty of rib depth and shape and structure. It's when she gets on the move that bothers me. She gets a little tied up in that loin. She wants to restrict her rear wheel and almost waddle when she. If that female would glide out a little bit better and take longer strides, I'd love her even more. Let's give themselves a round, or you guys a round of applause. This is the stoutest division we've seen yet today. The four heifers we've got out here, like I said, they're deep. I'm very pleased with the four that we've got out here. In my mind, these are the four that needed to be out here for Champion Drive of the exotic breed. Starting with the young man with the red baldy, she came in. I liked her from the start. Love her body, love her type. Just need more foot of size. Young lady's black heifer came in. She easily won that class, being really super zip front to back. Maybe a heifer that could level out when she walks. She wants to get humped up a little bit in her top. Don't know if that's just today or if that's normal, but she just gets up in herself a little bit. Young lady's gray heifer, we talked her in class as being the big, middle, heavy structured, just a heifer that I like quite a bit from a cow capacity standpoint. Maybe needs to be a little bit prettier to compete today in this group, tighter in that chest floor, but a really nice functional cow. We talked about old fuzzy ears being really attractive, up-headed. She's the heifer that really makes you go, wow. But when she moves is when I have the problem with her. So we get out here and we look at these 4 heifers. Love every one of these heifers. They've all got a good reason to be here and will serve the exhibitor well, whether it's in the show ring or outside of the show ring. But unfortunately, I can only pick a champion heifer. So the heifer that's going to win the exotic division today, in my mind, is the little black heifer. I think she's pretty cool today, and she's going to win champion breed.
Grand Champion Exotic Cross Heifer went to Paisley Amos out of Class 2. We need the second place out of that class, Hayden Gonzalez.
He brings that second place heifer in this class. Talk that heifer as being a really long hip heifer, really deep bodied, had a lot of good things to contribute to her. Just a little bit plain today when we're in the show ring trying to compete. But I like that female from a cow standpoint and from a functional standpoint moving forward. Like and kind with the heifer that wins has got to be old Fuzzy Hears. I love that heifer, just wish she could move out better today. But a really nice set of heifers here.
Reserve Grand Champion goes to Cassandra Tackman. Okay, we're going to pick our grand overall commercial heifer. We're just going to pick grand. We will not pick a reserve, just Grand Champion. So out of the American influence, I need in Emily Jackson. Emily's heifer weighs 1245. Out of the English, Mac Bowen. Max heifer weighs 922, and then out of exotic we have Paisley Amos, 756.
As we get to analyzing the 3 heifers out here for champion division, you know, I'm comfortable with the 3 that are out here. Young lady's heifer to the right, my right, liked her from her capacity, her boldness, her stoutness. We just talked to her wanting to have a little bit more rib shape to her, but I really like that female as far as how she keeps herself together for the amount of mass that's in that package. Young man's heifer here in the middle, we talked that heifer's being complete. She's got plenty of bone. She's got plenty of foot size. She moves out nice. She's a very functional cow-type female. Appreciate her for that a lot. And the young lady's heifer that just won the previous division, we like her from the standpoint of she's really refined. She's put together. She's feminine. She's long and extended, and she moves out really well. So as I evaluate the 3 heifers, there's one that kind of comes to the top pretty easily for me to use, and they tell me I don't get a reserve, so I just get a champion. This young lady's heifer will be your champion.
Grand champion overall commercial heifer goes to Paisley Amos out of the Exotic Influence commercial heifer. We're now ready for our Supreme. All right. If you had grand champion in the junior show, I need Mila Vermontes. So if you're already standing here, go ahead and come in and I'll figure it out. Bailey Mahone for Brahma. Wyatt Jackson for Brangus. Emily Jackson for Brangus Optimizer. Emma Evans for Charlotte. Brandon Sweeney for Key Maine. Emma Evans for Hereford. Brooke Handel for Angus. Kylie Smith for Limousine. Jay Scallion for Maine Angus. Paisley Amos for Maine Anjou. Cheyenne Ferguson for Salier. Megan Sievers for Scottish Highlander. Jesse Burke for Shorthorn. Callie Franks for Simmental. Reagan Amos for Semi Solutions.
I want to start by making parents in the ring get a round of applause. I know there's a lot of cattle in this ring right now, and I know some might not agree with the move, but my deal is we've got champions in the ring, and every one of them are in the ring, and that's pretty impressive. The second thing I want to say is thank you to Benton County Fair. I'm president of the Fair Board in our county, and they made us cancel it. So the fact that this organization has allowed this show to go on, even with some changes, is pretty impressive. So I'd applaud this county for that. The last thing I'll say before I evaluate the animals is this. I appreciate the opportunity to do this. I love working with kids. I look forward to the opportunity later this afternoon to do showmanship because I want to work one-on-one with the kids. The kids in this ring are good. And I just ask the kids to keep pushing hard because this isn't an industry that just showed up 5 years ago. I was in, not this facility, but the old facility back in, my gosh, before the other facility. And I used to come to this fair back when I was in high school and college. So I'm applauding you guys for how it's developed and how it's come. And this set of kids has a ton of heart, and they work their tails off. Have they had difficulties with the cattle? You bet. It's an animal, okay? It's no different than us parents having problems with our kids not listening. And I know the cattle are getting tired, so we'll get through this pretty quick. But one last round of applause, and I'll go out and start evaluating animals for champion and reserve. champion heifer for your county is always a heated discussion. I grew up in the county I currently reside in, and the funny thing is, the individuals who I always competed with when I was showing, we now compete with as a family. And so it never gives up, it never quits, it never leaves. The cool thing is I hope, and I teach my kids this, I hope when you walk outside of this ring, whether you're a parent, grandparent, or the showman, that you congratulate the individual that maybe you're not in agreement, should have won, in agreement, didn't put the time in, or whatever it might be. Because deep down inside, it's one of those things as a parent, you always want your kid to do better. Naturally so, that makes sense. As a kid, it doesn't matter if you're on the outside of the ring, on the inside of the ring, I see kids with tons of determination, with heart, and you ought to be proud of yourself for that. Every one of these kids in here can stick the thunder out of a calf, which is cool to see. Now, like I said earlier, those cattle are getting tired. Maybe you probably came in this morning, they've been up early, they've been up all day, they're not working well. That's fine. As I evaluate the heifer drive, I'm very comfortable to say this is a dang good set of heifers. I'm comfortable to say that these heifers are functional, they're good, and they can compete at a higher level, whether that be state or national. There's some heifers in here that I know have competed because I've seen them elsewhere. And then there's some heifers that are younger that have been here. Maybe this is their first show, and it's pretty cool if you've got a little heifer that's out here and you've achieved that level. You as an exhibitor ought to go, wow, I won my breed, I won my division. Maybe this little heifer is good. Maybe I need to put a little more time in her, or whatever it might be. The other thing I see is I see kids with more than one animal out here in Champion Drive, and so you need to thank your friend or whoever grabbed the other animal and sticked it. I saw it all throughout the day. Oh, I got 2 in the division. Maybe I've got both Charleys. Maybe I've got whatever. You need to, well, the Charleys was actually sister, wasn't it? So you need to make sure and thank them. This is a game. We all need to remember sportsmanship in a game. And this is a tough game. This isn't football where you put pads on every afternoon, or basketball that you go and you practice for an hour after school. This is your life. You get up every morning, you feed that animal, you go to school, you come home, you go back to the barn, and you take care of those animals. It's a pretty impressive game. So, kids, keep your head, don't lose track of what you want to do, and don't get bummed out. And be thankful. Okay? That being said, I'm going to go through and look at the cattle one last time. Pick your champion and reserve.
Supreme Champion goes to Paisley Amos with her main Anjou. Do we bring in the reserve? Do you bring the reserve in? Reserve main Anjou is Emily Myers.
Champion heifer I've liked since class. Is she the fuzziest? No. Is she got the best hair coat? No. But guys, she's solid. That heifer, there's no real big hole in her. She moves out really good. She's cow. She's an easy flesh and deal that was very functional, and she's my kind of female. And again, I think the girl did a great job getting her shown. We'll wait on reserve, main heifer, and we'll go out and select a reserve. I've liked that little semi-heifer since she came in. That's a good little heifer. Guys, I appreciate the opportunity to sort the heifers. I think there's some great ones out here. If you have any questions, I should be by or around after showmanship.
Reserve Supreme Heifer went to Callie Franks with her Simmental. We get everybody out of the ring. We're going to do our steer show. Let's give it a few minutes here. All right, we're ready to start steer show. We need Class 1 to the gate. Class 1 is Brandon Sweeney, Bryn Cordero, and Wyatt Jackson. All right, Class 1 steers. First in is Brandon Sweeney. His steer weighs 1225. Bryn Cordero, 1215. These are heavy to light. Wyatt Jackson, 1210. 3 entries. Since we didn't ask as we were weighing in, please tell Mr. Robert in the ring if you're Benton County born and bred.
Really nice set of fat steers to start the day off. The young man's red steer will lead off. Calf that you really like when you get your hands on. Calf handles really well. He's got a good set of cover on him. He maintains that muscling out through his top, over his loin, out through his rump. If I could change the steer, I'd like to stretch him out in that front end a little bit. Calf gets a little bit smashed up in his front end. Smooth him up in his shoulder, maybe level him out in that hip from hooks to pins. But a calf that handles really nice, got a ton of muscle to him, and he'll go on and grade really nice hanging at the rail. Young man steer in the second might be the highest cutability steer we see out here in the class. Calf that handles okay. I could see him with a tick more cover today, handle a little more firmer. Calf that I'd like to blow apart right in the center part of his rib, right behind the point of his shoulder. But a calf that stands on a good structure, got enough bone, just maybe needs maybe another 30 to 60 days on feed to get him to that end point where I'm comfortable with him cover-wise. Young lady steer here in third is a calf that you got to appreciate from the standpoint of cutability and grading. A calf that handles really well. This is a calf that's not the stoutest calf in here, but he's a calf that's a really easy doer. He's been feeding really well. Calf that'll go to rail and hang good cutability.
Placings in Class 1, Wyatt Jackson first, Brandon Sweeney second, Bryn Cordero third. And Bryn's is the Benton County born and bred out of that class. Class 2, single entry, Cassandra Tackman, 1280. Wait.
Really a stout-ended, thick-made, big-rib, bold calf. Steer won't let me get hands on him at this point in time. You can tell he's carrying pretty good cover. He's got some pones up there around his tail head, which is a great indicator that he's got some cover and finish. A calf that you got to appreciate the amount of muscle and boldness he's got. He maintains that all the way from the top of his loin down to his lower quarter, and he'll soften up on those rear pasterns. Wants to get up on his toes when he moves out. But really, really nice calf. Will go to the rail. Really good carcass.
Class 3 has 2 entries. Both are Cassandra's. First one in is 1355. The second one is 1350. I really don't know which one's which. One's 1350 and one's 1355.
They handle with a big full loin eye and maintain that thickness all the way down throughout. I'm going to leave them placed the way they are. Young lady steer here will be first. This steer will be second. The difference in the two is this. I think this first place steer's got a little bit more eye in him. He opens up with a larger loin eye when a handle on him. He's got a little bit more shape of rib, and he maintains that thickness over the top of his rump and down through the bottom. He stands on a bigger foot, more bone. He might get a little bit shoved up and ugly in that shoulder and open that shoulder. And when you get your hands on him, you really appreciate the amount of carcass that steer's going to strip down. Young lady steer in second, he handles really well. He's the trimmer steer of the two. He's really full in his cod, but he handles really tight over his ribs and over his top. He's a calf that you got to appreciate his look, his carcass, and he'll open with a good cutability carcass.
Okay. We're ready for grand champ. Huh? 3. $12.50. We'll pick grand and reserve. So by default, since there's just one Benton County born and bred, it will go to Bryn Cordero. So she gets the Benton County born and bred steer. So come get your ribbon and congratulations.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for the quality of steers they brought to Benton County. 3 very, very nice steers out here. 3 steers that are in their market-ready close at this point in time. They all handle really well. If I were to get critical, I'd say the red steer we'd like to handle with the Tickmore covering. He's just so massive right now. He covers that up really well. That dude's got a lot of power in him. Gets really heavy and wide in his bottom, or in the bottom of his rib cage. Gets a little bit open in that shoulder for me today. Gets a little bit scrunched up in that front end, which throws his view off a little bit when we're talking about balance. But a really, really nice calf. Young lady steer here in the middle, she's been fighting. I gave her some time there to try to get him put up. The old calf's just not comfortable with the environment. Just a long day, as we discussed earlier. I was able to get my hands on him this time. Man, that dude handles solid. He's got a good open eye on him, big old top, handles really solid throughout. And like I talked to him in class, just gets a little bit tight on those rear pasterns, wants to toe up on me a little bit when he walks out. The black and white steer on the end, he's a pretty calf. Young lady's doing a good job putting him together. He's sound and functional, he's got a ton of bone to him, gets a little bit ugly in that front end, but really handles himself well when he moves throughout the ring. The calf in the middle is the stoutest calf of the group as we get to analyze and look at these calves, but there's a lot of give and takes to all three of them. I'll give them one more look over and choose your champion steer. Champion steer, I really like that calf. Ring presence, he's relaxed, he handles really well, he's got adequate muscle for me today, and he stands on a good structure and sound bone. This steer we brought in, it was second in that class. We talked him as being a nice cutability calf that's fat, that's ready to go to market, but you had a calf that's maybe not that ideal market steer that's chiseled up in his front end or that's stout enough to make a difference. The reserve steer, I'm going to use the young lady steer in the middle. He's been kind of fighting her all day. I really like that calf a lot. I think maybe if he was in a better mindset, things would have changed a little bit, but I like that steer from the standpoint of his stoutness. He maintains that thickness all the way throughout. Really, really cool calf. But unfortunately, the other steer beat him today, just due flat out to mass and appearance.
Come out of class 2, also Cassandra. That concludes our steer show. So now we're going to do our showmanship. Okay. Junior showmanship. All ages 9 to 11. Your age today. 9 to 11. Okay. So room, we're going to do a heat. We're going to do half and half, okay?
Okay. You guys listening? And I'm saying on the mic so your folks can listen too. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to work you a little bit, and then I'm going to excuse a few of you. If you're excused early, you hang around. Okay? Those who are not, and you will come back later. So you'll be those selected out of the first heat. Okay? So if I excuse you, don't go home and load up and go peace out. No, you come back. Okay? And then those of you excused early, I'm going to work you a little bit more in the ring. Cool? So if I excuse you, don't go, well, I didn't make it, Dad. You made it. Okay? Cool? This is yes, this is no, this is I don't know what he says. Yeah? Okay. Okay, I visited with the individuals here. They do a phenomenal job. I think the biggest deal that's getting them all, and I told all three of them, their calves are tired. Calves are wallering them. They're not agreeing. They're not working with them. So here's what I challenge you. We have a rule at my house that our cattle have to stay tied up. Now, that's not ideal for some families. We're fortunate enough that my wife's a teacher. She brings the kids home. She's the bus driver, really just our family wagon. And the kids go to the barn when they get home and they tie the cattle up. They've been in all day. They tie the cattle up and then they go change and do homework or whatever, and then they go out and rinse and work hair. So that's just a routine thing that we got into at my household, because there's other things that are always, and maybe it's not 7 days a week. Maybe Saturday we slack off because we're doing something. But if those cattle get used to being stood up or standing for 3 days or 3 hours, then they're more apt to not get irritable like they are. So little things. We talked about hand movement. It scares me to see a kid that wraps that lead around that hand, because, man, that calf bolt off and that lead get tight, the kid's going with. That scares the thunder out of me. So we talked about that. You know, work the cattle at home with the show halters. So the young lady's chain is a little bit long. I don't know where. Playing Stevie Wonder with. Now, some know who Stevie Wonder is, some don't, but the head drives the calf. So if we can hold that chain or that head just a little bit tighter, that calf or that heifer will respond better. However, she's holding on to chain. So I love vet wrap. This young man's got vet wrap on his chain. That's great, easy, cheap fix. Wrap that on there and give something a little bit softer for the showman to hold. Yeah, they sell a nice expensive halter with a cushy grip. I don't like paying the money. I'm tight. So just a difference. Kids are doing great. Cattle are doing great. So let's give these three a round of applause as they leave. All right, same thing with this group, just some little things. The big thing with this group is knowing where the judge is at. I told one of the showmen out here, my son's 14, that dude can stick a pig. He can stick a cat. He can stick anything. But by the time he walks out of the show ring, he'll know how many lights are in the building or how many rivets it took to put the tin down because he's doing this. But he can stick a calf, but he doesn't know where the heck that judge is at. So I kind of visited him with about that. Make sure you know where the judge is at all times. You have to pretty much ask for it from the judge, and that's make eye contact. Again, the cattle are tired. It's one of those things, a lot of this sticking bit and sitting one up is one at home or is done at home. My wife and I team up. We do a lot of showmanship contests. We've judged a lot of team contests as far as it's a husband and wife team. We don't always see eye to eye with who wins or who doesn't. But so at home, we tag team. My wife does the showmanship, the finite showmanship stuff with the kids. Of course, I'm standing in the background going, can't you move that leg? And she goes, shut up. So it's one of those things, it's a parent-led deal or a family-led deal. Every night when the cattle come out of the barn, we're sticking them all. And that's something that the cattle get used to. But a trick is if your show is in the morning and your cattle are used to being stuck at night, those cattle don't always want to work in the morning. We have a show, a big for next week. The show's in the morning with fat steers. So we got fat steers that we worked at 6 o'clock this morning before I left. So we're trying to get them in the routine to stick in the morning. So these 5 did a great job. Give them a round of applause, and we'll get that other set in. All right. I apologize for taking so long. I said initially that showmanship is one of the entertaining and the fun things and enjoyable things I do. And I know the cattle are tired and I know the kids are tired. So just a few highlights before I choose the grand champion. Knowing where the judge is at is very important. Like I said, you know, it's always good to know the judge and know the environment. Make sure you know where you're going, okay? If you come in the ring, know I got to go to point X or I've got to do this. Make sure you listen. If I tell the individual in front, hey, walk around, where did I tell you to stop? Do you remember? Where? Why'd you stop there? Ah, Ringman got you. Just make sure. We've gotten into deals at big shows that my son has followed the kid in front of him, and the judge is like, no, you're one. And so make sure if you're behind, make sure you listen to the judge. If you can hear that judge say, go point X, you make sure you go point X. Because sometimes we get stuck in la-la land and we go places we're not supposed to, okay? Giving yourself plenty of room. There's 5 of you. Against her, and then you're like, what do I do? Because you couldn't get to the table. She's getting tired. Home is where this deal's won. Pick anything we have in the barn. Unfortunately, I can pick one. And guys, I've watched you 5 all day. All day you've come in here, and I can remember, you know, how you've been with that stick presence. Are you calm? Are you relaxed? Are you enjoyable? And every one of you have stuck out, okay? You've done a great job. I applaud you, but keep on. And I love this girl. She's smiling the whole time. She's like, I mean, you're having a good time. It's county fair. It's hot. I'm tired, but I'm having a good time. And that's what it's all about. Well, got to go do it. It's you want to do it. So you keep the smile up, okay? This young lady right here be a champion showman.
Junior showmanship winner is Paisley Amos. We're now ready for intermediate. Intermediate is juniors ages 12 and 13. 12 and 13 years old.
males out, all girls. I have 2 girls and 1 boy. My 2 girls are the younger ones, and they will whoop my boy every day of the week in the show ring. Girls are good in the show ring. That's just your general posture. That's just the way it is. And these 6 girls out here are good. Okay? This is a difficult conversation for me to have, is to figure out which one. A couple things I mentioned to them. This is something that the parents might yell at me for saying this, but I told a few of these girls out here, when you enter the ring, you have to have a smidget of arrogance to you. You have to walk in that ring knowing or thinking or believing, I have the best calf in here. And I don't care if you stick your nose up a little bit and you pop your shoulders back and you pop that stick out in front of you. You got to have a little bit of arrogance in you. Now, you need to lose it when you go to mom and dad, or mama will get the spoon out and take it out of you. I experienced that a few times in my household. But you got to have a little bit of aggression and a little bit of arrogance. Like, I know I'm good. I'm going to show you how I'm good. Okay, and I'm talking to a set of girls. If there was a boy out here, I probably wouldn't do that. But these girls all do a great job. We talked a little bit about stick control. Intermediate group is old enough. When there is a calf in front of you that balks, that stalls, that whatever, you need to. I don't really hammer on that on the juniors or the peewees, but when it gets to an intermediate, if there's one that's not wanting to walk, that's your job. I know you're like, I know it not. I'm taking care of my calf. But that's your job to help that individual out in front of you. That, again, goes back to sportsmanship. So help that individual out. You know why? Because that makes me as a judge or any judge go, wow, that individual is willing to help that person in front of them that's a competition or a competitor. So help that individual out. Don't just stand there and go, wish you'd move your calf. Can you get that dumb thing out of the way? No, you got to help them out. Okay? So really, I little bitty things I kind of visited with each one of these girls about. They're all phenomenal. They all do a great job. Little bitty things that we kind of nitpicked about. Again, the cattle are tired. Some of the cattle got a little bit too relaxed, and we didn't have them set up right at certain times. But champion intermediate showman is going to be this young lady right here. All day long, she's been on it. Congratulations.
Intermediate showman goes to Emily Jackson. All right, this is it. Last thing. 2 heats. All right, 2 heats. Senior showmanship, ages 14 and up. I'm going to let them tell who comes in the door. 2 heats.
But the fact of the matter is that was a tough heat. We are getting into seniors. We are asking a little bit more of them. you know, the cattle are getting tired, but make sure you keep them set up and put together. And then it's all about spacing, making sure you help your neighbor, you know, and make sure with the spacing, you know, we've got a line. The young man with the red bald, he started the line. The guy with the black heifer started, and then we kind of let's give these. You know, I've worked these kids long enough. I've watched them all day in the show ring. This is a great group of seniors. Let's give all the seniors and all the exhibitors today a big round of applause. And I appreciate you guys for hanging with me. I realize it's about 5 o'clock, and I've probably drug this deal on as long as you guys want to. You got to go home and get something done other than sit here and listen to me gab. So just a few quick pointers. This final heat of seniors, can tell that these individuals have been in the show ring a few times. Just a couple pointers that I'd make out. One, there's a big ring here, and so take advantage of it. The judge really likes observing or looking at cattle from a distance, so make sure that you stay on that ring. But two, make sure you don't get hidden. We've had a few of that happen today where the calf in front or behind will kind of suck up or be out, and then you're kind of set back there in a hole. And I just ask this, I'm not saying anybody has. We've just experienced it a lot. Don't play dirty. We've had some dirty playing in show ring with some individuals in our area, and that stinks. And when I say play dirty, I mean don't try to cover the other individual up, because it's going to be found out eventually. These individuals do a great job with sticking, their body presence. We're kind of getting in the nitpick mode about, well, I caught you doing this, I caught you doing that. It's nitpick mode at this point in time. There's a couple in here that have really caught my eye. I'll be honest, I've got it down to about 3. I don't have that final one, so I'm going to work them one last time, and I'll pick the final and let you guys go home finally. So thank you very much.
Senior showman is Emily Myers.